Hello, hello, and welcome to jasonnewland.com. Let me bore you to sleep. My name's Jason Newland. Please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. Vinny, which you could probably hear, is tucking into... I don't even want to tell you what it is he's eating. But let's say it's a bit gross, but he loves it. It's just something that dogs like to eat. And I just don't like to say it out loud because I just don't even like the idea that he's eating stuff like that. But he loves them so much. Loves them so much. So... yeah, it's been an eventful day. Eventful. I've spent, what is it today? It's the Monday the 24th of August 2026. Two main things have happened. Well, three. It's got cold. It was cold last night, like cold. Had to keep the bedclothes over me. Normally I have at least a foot out. I leave my foot on the carpet. No, I'll have at least 1 foot out of the bedcloth. Cloth? Duvet. Duvet. But no. No. Couldn't have that today or last night. Very, very chilly indeed. Very, very much so. Just got to check something. I also want to say a big thank you to Lee. Lee, I didn't thank you. Thank you, Lee, for your PayPal gift. How did I not? No, it wasn't Lee, sorry. It was Reveal. Reveal. I'm still not sure how to pronounce your name. So, Reveal from Arizona. Hello. The messages, you've helped me so much the last few years, so please accept this gift. Thank you very much. I did do a thank you on the Facebook group, but I haven't sort of said it on a podcast, so I'm thanking you now. Thank you very much, really appreciate it. And just don't want you thinking that I ignored the fact that you were so kind. So other than the weather changing and being chilly, it's still bright outside, it's still a nice day. Well, I'm just going about my business, just doing what I'm doing, working on the website, getting quite excited about another day of website building because it's been going so well. With the help of ChatGPT, and I was trying to connect ChatGPT. No, what was I trying to do? I was trying to open up the website builder, which was Shopify. The website I got is on Shopify. So I was trying to open it up and connect it to ChatGPT by opening it up in Chrome, which is an extension of ChatGPT. It sounds confusing because it is a little bit. I had to follow a lot of instructions, a lot of downloading and stuff. But anyway, got there, and Shopify blocked me, locked me out of my account. And I tried everything to get back in, and it wouldn't let me back in. Now, this isn't the same as Facebook, being locked out of Facebook, in a sense of that can be incredibly frustrating. Of course it can, especially if you've got years and years of photographs and stuff like that, and it's it's a big part of your social activities. But I'm actually paying for this service, £40 a month. And they said to me, this isn't going to be me moaning the whole day. It's not. It might be. Anyway, I'm getting ChatGPT to help me like find a solution to the problem, and in the end I contact Shopify directly. And let me read it to you, if I can find it. Can I find it? Yeah, I can find it. So basically, I left a message. No, that's not the one. I left a message just saying that, I've got a problem, I can't get in. Got a message from Shopify. Hi Jason, thank you for reaching out. I want to be straightforward with you about where things stand. It's very firm, isn't it? It's a bit like, really? I felt like I was back at school. Maybe that's not what he meant when he said firm. Oh, he didn't say firm, did he? He said straightforward. That's where my brain goes. The account recovering process requires a valid, unexpired, government-issued photo ID. Oh, that's the thing. They tried to tell me that I needed to do that. And my passport's expired. And that was the only photo ID I have. So such as a passport, driver's license, or national ID card. We don't really have a national ID card here, as far as I'm aware. I'm not allowed to drive due to my illness, my medication and stuff. And my passport expired 2 years ago. Along with a selfie. So you got to do all that, then you've got to take a picture of yourself smiling next to a celebrity. I don't know. And it says this is mandatory and there is no alternative document accepted in the flow. In the flow? What's that mean? Until you have a valid ID, the identity verification step cannot be completed and account access cannot be restored through recovery. So, wait a minute. This is me talking now. It sounded a bit weird, wouldn't it? They said, so wait a minute. They don't ask for my ID. They didn't ask my ID when I set up the account. And they haven't asked for my ID the last 6 or 7 years that I've been using it to... I've been paying every month for the last, 8 years or something? If not longer. So I've not been asking for my ID before I pay them for the podcast, or for the website, sorry. Which was, how many thousands of pounds is that I've given them over the years? So, do you see what I mean? Does that make it... I think what I'm saying is logical. If they're trusting... If I'm paying the money, why can't they just say, send us a photograph or a screenshot of your bank account just to prove that you are who you are? Or why can't they send me one, like 1 pence or 10 pence put that into my bank, and then I can sort of, with a code, and I can just send them what the code is. There's so many ways around that. Or even just a bank statement where I can actually a screen record it, or whatever you call it, edit it so the rest of the stuff's out, and then just send that to them with the name of their company and the amount of money I paid last month, and then the month before. Well, actually this month as well, because I paid it on the 18th of August. So I'm not, I kind of, the annoying thing is I've got thousands of recordings on there. But the lucky thing is I've also got thousands of recordings on my podcast host, which is Spreaker. So that's where my stuff lives. But I like the idea of it also living on another place as well. So it kind of is a backup. And a website. And the website was going so well. No one else might agree, but I was really pleased with how it was coming on. It's starting to look more professional, just look nicer. It was more easily manageable, searchable, more like a proper website. And it goes on here. There is one option that could help you avoid this step entirely. Check if you saved a file called Shopify Recovery Codes.txt when you originally set up two-step authentication. Those 12-digit recovery codes can be used to log in directly without needing to go through identity verification. I've searched. They're nowhere to be seen. I clearly didn't think that I'd have to go through this. I thought the worst case scenario is they would just send me a message and get me to change the password. Something like that, in this kind of scenario. The thing is, every time I tried to get them to come to prove who I was, they said they were sending me a text message to my phone, and it's the right telephone number, and that should be good proof, shouldn't it, that I am who I am? But it didn't come through, and I was thinking, ooh. I didn't actually do that noise, but I was thinking, well, it's not coming through. Maybe there's something wrong with my phone. So I turned the phone off, turned it on again, because I'm a professional IT expert. And just see what he's doing. He's drinking a lot of water there. But that didn't work, and I'm thinking, oh, no, texts are... I still wasn't sure whether or not the texts were working. Well, this is where I come into my next bit of news. I have a phone call. For a second, I think I might have thought maybe it's them. But I'm not sure if I just made that bit up. But I answered the phone. It was my doctor's surgery. I answered it way too eagerly. It didn't ring more than once. Like, straight away. I felt like I just... You know the old days when you give someone your telephone number and literally the only thing you want to happen in the entire world is for that phone to ring and it be that person ringing you. And just so eager to answer the phone. I guess it could come across as being a little bit desperate. And you answer the phone. The thing is, if you just answer the phone really quickly, it's not too bad. probably the worst part is when you answer the phone and say, marry me, I love you, marry me. That probably, could ruin the moment. Especially if it's before the first date. And I spoke to the doctor. It was a doctor's surgery. And they said, well, you had 2 blood tests recently. I said, yeah, I know, I was there. And he said, well, you've basically diabetic. You know, because this is the first blood test, and then they added a second one just to sort of double check it, and said, well, you're diabetic. So you need to have an appointment with a nurse, a diabetic nurse, and it'll be in a week's time. And I said, thank you. I said, I haven't got a pen, no. I said, what do you want a pen for? That's not going to help you, diabetes. I said, no, to write down the appointment time. And she laughed. She said, don't worry, we'll just text it to you. And I'm thinking, oh no, but my text isn't working. But I was wrong. It came through straight away. That's when I realised that Shopify was not sending the texts. So I didn't really know what to do. So I'm kind of like, oh, brilliant, I'm diabetic. Well, not brilliant, but like, you know, like that's one thing to kind of focus on. But now I was getting really, I'll be honest, I was getting very, very stressed with the whole website thing. Because, you know, when I get up in the morning, I look forward to getting out of bed, which is not how I lived my life in the past. I get up with enthusiasm, even if I end up, like this morning, sitting at the table. That's very noisy in the background, but that's little Vinny. He's part of the show. He's as much part of the show as I am. So I was so lovely. About 20 minutes ago, he's been grumpy today. He's been very needy, and he wants to go and see his mummy, who lives across the road. And I didn't realise that's what he wanted, because he was begging. He had his food, water, and his treat on the floor, and he was begging me, like, right at my side. And I thought, okay, he needs a toilet. It's got to be that. It's nothing else it could be. So I kind of move a bit quick, which I don't like to do. And he's running towards the front door. So I feel like, okay, he definitely wants to go to the toilet. Because he only does that when he needs a toilet. So I'm like trying to put the lead on. He's sitting there for me to put the lead on, instead of wiggling around like he normally does. Close the door, I always lock the door, even when I'm just in the garden. And I go down the stairs. I can't run down the stairs. He's practically outside the door before I even get there, because he's on the long lead. But I'm taking my time on the stairs, because me and those stairs, I've got an understanding. I take it easy on the stairs, and the stairs will take it easy on me. You know, if I start trying to move quickly, the stairs will maybe do what it did to me before, and trip me up. So it's a truce. I've got a truce with the staircase. Anyway, so we go around, and he pulls me towards the back door, not the front bit, the back bit to go. So I figured he's so desperate to go to the toilet, whether it's a wee-wee or a poo-poo. And we get in the garden, and he just runs across the garden to get into the other door to go and see his mum. Well, that's the only reason he'd go over there. My voice is a bit croaky today. Oh, that's better. It's amazing, isn't it? That cleared my throat, and I sound so much more peaceful. And I'm just standing there, holding the lead, because I never let him off the lead, because we're not supposed to do that in the communal gardens. And plus he'd just run away probably. Well, not probably, he would. He'd just go wherever he wants to go. He wouldn't look back. He wouldn't even think about the fact that I was there. And we've got a car park behind the building, so it's not an ideal place for him to start running around. So he didn't need a toilet. Did not even need to do a wee-wee. Not even a little wee-wee. So I stand outside for a little bit. The other dog is barking a little bit as well, and then we come inside. No, was the dog barking? Yeah. At one point, there was no sound for a little while. There's no sound now. I mean, we go periods when there's no barking out there. And I looked out the window and I saw that the dog owner's door was closed. And I thought, at last I can open my window. Because, I can't even touch my window handle without the dog barking. So I pushed the window open straight away. It's like, oh, really? And because I'd done some washing as well, so I had to have both my windows open in the bedroom because I hang up the washing in front of the window. But anyway, he was just trying to get me to go over there. And he hasn't done that for a very long time. I mean, every time we go out, he tries to go there, but it's not like it's like he was really important to him, like it was proper, like, I don't know, like an emergency or something. So I had no idea what was going on. But he's decided to bring it's a pig's ear, okay, I'll say what it is. I'm sure no vegetarians want to hear about that, but I'm not a vegetarian really, and I still don't like the idea of it, but it's his favourite thing. Pretty much is his favourite thing. But he's moved it from over the other side of the room. He's now right next to my feet underneath the table. Anyway, he was grumpy. He was sitting in the hallway, wouldn't come in here, and every time I was getting my breakfast ready, my second breakfast ready, he was running. Honestly, he was in here, and I'd say, stay there. I went to the kitchen. Every time I came out of the kitchen, because I was doing different things, he was in the bedroom again. He said, go off the bed, in there. And I go to the bathroom, come out, he's back on the bed again. So off the bed, Vinny, in the living room, come on. Again. He just, every time I took my eyes off him, like every time I kind of closed my eyes, spun around like Wonder Woman for about 10 seconds, he was back on the bed. And yes, I was seeing stars, just like Wonder Woman. Here's a question, and this is for Wonder Woman fans, like from the original TV show of the 70s. And you don't have to be old to appreciate that show. Appreciate. That's a mumble, isn't it? Appreciate. Enunciate. Appreciate. And I think that show is good for anybody of any age, really. I mean, it's old in a sense of you're not going to see any mobile phones, and it's definitely like 70s, late 70s, early 80s kind of American TV show, which is what I loved watching. They're very, very popular in the UK. I don't know how popular they were in America, but I imagine they were very popular. And it was Saturday night viewing. It was early Saturday, like late afternoon viewing, I think Wonder Woman was. probably about 6. The A-Team would probably be on about 7. Or maybe Wonder Woman was on at 5. I can't remember. I could probably get the listings up, actually, if I really looked hard. I could probably find the an old TV guide, the TV Times or the Radio Times from like 1978, 1979. Yeah, probably could. I think I've done that before. I think I have, you know. I mean, with AI, I could probably search a bit more deeper than I could normally with a general kind of Google search. It'd be a more kind of thorough, deep search. Even if it's just a photograph, like of a magazine or something. Because people collect stuff, don't they? Some people... Possibly, I don't collect anything anymore. I used to. I used to collect rejections, but I stopped that. I ran out of space. I quite like that. It's quite funny. I don't know why. It's not. It's sad, isn't it? I used to collect the Look-In magazine and the Dandy comic. And I do feel very fond, because those times that I was living in that house, well, not just that house, but I was also collecting them in the big house we moved to. But I'd never had a comic before until I met my dad and my first stepmom. I don't think I'd ever even seen a comic until I was nearly 7. And my nanny Waker, I think she was my nan's, she was either my nan or my granddad's mother. I think she was my nan's mother. I'm not 1,000,000%. I think she was. So we used to go to London. So my dad lived in East Anglia. We go to London. I lived in Southend at the time, in a children's home. St Nazareth House, a big white building. Search it online, you'll see I'm not lying. Can you imagine? Yeah, that's that Jason. Yeah, he brags about living in a big white massive house with a bunch of nuns. It's always bragging. Yeah, that's a brag, isn't it? I actually went there in 1991 on my own, and I went again in 1996 with... Actually, I went in 1996 with my girlfriend, and I went back in 2006 with another girlfriend. Now, 2006, my then girlfriend actually lived in Southend. And we went in and walked around and stuff. It was freaky. We went in 1996 with my girlfriend at the time, not the same person. And we went inside and had a little look. The rooms are not as big as I remember them, but the building is just as big, if not even bigger. It was a huge building, massive. But you know, bearing in mind, I left there just before I was 7 years old, and height-wise, what would I have been? About 2 foot tall, 2.5 foot. Probably weighed about 2 kilos. You know, I was pretty little. So everything, you know, my feet wouldn't have touched the ground. When I walked, they did, but I'm talking about when I was sitting down. Be a bit weird to walk without your feet touching the ground, wouldn't it? That used to be a threat that adults used to make. I'll do this, whatever. I'll make you walk so fast your feet won't touch the ground. No. I mean, if that was possible, I'd basically be a superhero, wouldn't I? Is what I never said. You know, I used to wonder about that when I was a kid. I'd hear adults talking, and I suppose really the adults I'm really focusing on would be parents and teachers. That's probably it. My granddad hardly ever said a word, or that I heard him say, and my nan, she was just, but both to be, yeah, my nanny Newland, she was always lovely. Always pleased to see me. Well, she seemed pleased to see me. You know, I could turn up any time, and it was never put her out. I never tested that. You know, I never turned up at 3 in the morning, dressed as a clown, drunk. You know, I didn't like push the boundaries to see whether or not she'd still accept me then. You know? There was never any incidents when I did that, and she was, you know, slammed the door in my face, and she was calling the police, and I'm saying, I just want to be loved. I just want to be accepted. Unconditional love. Nothing, that didn't happen. And something that I don't mention very often. Maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't, maybe, you know, some would argue perhaps I should never mention anyone from the past, but I don't really say anything bad about anyone. It's just things, isn't it? My stepmom's mother. You wonder what I'm going to say next. Possibly. Me and her were very, very close. Very close. As a kid, probably between the ages of 7 and 15, 14, 7 and 14, possibly closer than my nanny Newland. Probably because I saw her more often. She spent a lot more time in the house. She used to stay over a lot. She was a moaner. She did like to moan, but then I quite liked that. I like to have a little moan as well. So, and she used to come out with some wild stuff. Just absolutely ridiculous stories. And it was funny. But it's very good at communication. And I quite like being around people like that. Because even though perhaps I wasn't necessarily good at communicating, I think what it was is, if I found someone that I could be with, without it sounding weird, by be with I mean I felt comfortable with her, talking to her. And I probably had I definitely had deeper conversations with her than I ever had with my real grandmother up to that point. Now, once I left school, I had loads of very, very deep, serious conversations with my nanny Newland. But as a kid, I didn't. But part of that was because I think my granddad was always there, and I don't think she was censoring herself, but it was hard to kind of relax around him, because he spent a lot of his life in the army, and he was very I don't know, just very, I would say uptight, but that's probably not the right word. Discipline is probably the correct word. Because again, I don't want to say anything bad. He was strict and really, really good man. And I didn't want to be like him, but I really wanted to be like him, if that makes any sense. I like the idea of being tidy. He was always immaculate, dressed, always. And really good looking bloke as well. Looked like Clark Gable. And so obviously I didn't take after him there. And he was a boxer. He was like a champion boxer when he was a kid, which I really admired. And he'd raised a family, and he was like, he's very successful. He survived the Second World War. You know, all these things, and he was respected. You know, it's like he just had an air of, I don't want to say commanding respect, but people just seemed to respect him, generally. He wasn't someone, I don't know how to explain it. He's a nice person. And I admired that. The thing I didn't want to be like him, well, actually, it's not totally true. I kind of didn't want to be. In some ways I did, in some ways I didn't. I didn't want to be that silent person that wasn't able to express my personality. Now, I don't know what he was like when there's no one else around. I mean, literally, he'd be quiet, sit there, even during parties, during birthday celebrations, Christmas and everything. But I don't know, as soon as we all left his house, you know what I mean? I'm not saying that he would have gone and dressed up in bondage gear and stuff, but what I'm saying is he might have been a lot more outgoing. He might have been like really kind of chatty with my nan, and who knows, you don't know, dear. They might have had a really good time together, laughing, making fun of all the family members. You see what Jason was wearing? I can't believe he turned up in that jumper you made him. He could hardly breathe. His face was blue. My nan would be laughing. She'd say, no, can't believe it. They think that I accidentally make the necks really, really small. Oh, those Christmas jumpers make me laugh. So he might have been a real kind of outgoing person at work when he was working. Who knows, when he was with his friends. But I never saw that side of him. So the degree of like uptightness there, that was my kind of opinion. And I didn't really want to be like that, because that's not really me. But in the same way, if I was 1% of what he was, my life would have been different, a lot better. With that discipline, with that respect, a lot of respect, not just for himself, but for other people. I think I'm fairly respectful now, but I haven't necessarily always been. He wasn't chaotic. He didn't have, well, as far as I'm aware, he didn't have a chaotic mind. There's no way of knowing what's going on in someone else's mind, is there? But because sometimes I would be like that, but that was when I was down, like depressed or whatever, you know. My nan was so bubbly, so full of energy, laughing and just really, you know, completely different to my granddad. But she adored him, absolutely adored him. And she was a family woman, you know, her whole life was based around her family. I mean, her best friend was, I think it was my granddad's sister. That was one of her best friends. They used to go out together, go swimming and stuff. Why am I talking about my... Oh, yeah. I got on really well with my stepmom's mum. My step-grandmother. And I seem to forget that because after living with her for, well, I don't know, 10 months, we never spoke again. We didn't like each other. That's putting it mildly. We didn't get on. We didn't see eye to eye. And she moved away. I stayed where I was living. Well, I stayed in that town. And then I did see her once. I visited and I saw her. She was... I think she moved into an old person's home, I think. But she lived to nearly 100. And I remember she's saying to me, because, you know, I didn't feel like negative towards her in that moment that I saw her. But I did do for many years, just generally for that experience, because it was awful, of like living with her. And she said to me, Jason, I hate you. No, she didn't. Said, put money aside. Be careful with your money. That's what she said to me. I was 16. Yeah, I was 16 at the time. Like, for me, it was like, yeah, what money? Because I didn't have any. Just like now, really. I didn't, be careful with the money you don't have. And I'm thinking about it. If I'd have saved £1 a week for my entire working life, how much would that be? Should we work it out? So how many years have I been working? Since 86 until 2000. Oh, just like every year since then, just £1 a week. It's up to now. So 86, 96, 2006, 16, 26. That's 40 years. So 40 times by 52. I would have £2,080. That's just one little pound coin. I'd have £2,080 instead of £60, which was I've got in the bank, I think. So £2,080 just for £1 a year. Now, I can't really start that journey now, can I? Because I'm 56 in 2 days' time. So 56, 66, 76, 86, 96. It's possible, and I hope. I want to be alive for a long time. I do, genuinely. It's, you know, it's like my friend downstairs, he used to say to me, oh, he would say, I remember he was saying once, like, oh, just you're clinging on. You just want to be alive. Like it's a bad thing. Like, yeah. What's wrong with wanting to be alive? Of course I want to live a long life. Yeah, I do. I like being alive. I do. I mean, it's got to be better than the alternative. And I don't really have anything to compare it with. But I want to be, if I can get to 96, that's when my Nanny Newland left, when she was 96. So it's 40 years before I'm her age. And she was loved. Now, I'm not going to have that. I'm not going to be loved at that age by a big family, because I haven't inseminated anyone. I have not spread my seed. So I don't have children or grandchildren or great-grandchildren. I don't have any of that stuff. I didn't marry into someone else's family, which is another way of doing it, isn't it? So, like my dad did that. He married and now he's got grandkids. He's been married for, blimey, 35 years now. So, but they're his grandkids. It's not about blood, really, is it? When I was a kid, I used to think that it's like, it's blood relatives. That's important. But actually, although it can be important, but especially if you need a transplant, but love's love, isn't it? I mean, I remember I was dating someone in 1995, near the end of the year, and I went away to Butlins to work because I was basically homeless. I needed somewhere to live, and she didn't seem to want me to live with her for some reason, and apparently she didn't enjoy something about picking my nose in bed. It's like, well, where else am I supposed to do it? She said, but can you flick it away from me? Okay. Sometimes I didn't think she was into me, but she had a little boy who was still a baby. I don't think he was even a year old. He wasn't walking yet. And he went, and we bonded. He really bonded really strongly with me, which was the first time that ever happened. It was a really strong bond. Like it would have made he didn't know that I wasn't his dad. That's what I mean. I don't think he cared. I knew he loved me, because he'd seen me quite a lot, and he really bonded. I don't know how it happened so quick, but there was a time when I was at Butlins and I got a phone call from my girlfriend's dad saying that he was in hospital. He'd had an asthma attack. So I come back to London, and as soon as I walk into the ward, the little baby just puts his arms out to me to pick him up. Now I realise, maybe every kid does that and it's not a big deal, but it felt like a big deal. Like he was waiting for me to come. And as soon as I got there, he brightened up. And she'd been with him, his mum had been with him all day, and I think all the previous night. So I said, go home and tell her to go home. But so if you go home, I'll stay with him all night tonight, which I did. Then she came back the next morning, or the next day, or whatever. Was it a week later? But she came back eventually, and told me she'd met someone else. No, but she said, like, we really bonded. It's a really kind of a close bond. That's when I realised that actually someone can be your son or your daughter or your parent or whatever without it being like a blood relative. I mean, that happens in places like in the forces, doesn't it? People like they think of each other as brothers or sisters, brothers in arms, is it what they used to call it? Because of what they've been through together. And my friend downstairs, because he had a big family, big, large Irish family, he grew up with his cousins. And his cousins were pretty much like brothers to him, just as close as a brother. Yeah. So, the diabetes. So I've got an appointment next week. And I don't really know what they're going to do. I suppose, I don't know, put me on tablets. But I'm not like high level. You know? I'm not super duper, I don't know what the right word is, but I'm so if I'd saved £10 a week for 40 years, there'd be £20. £20, £20,000. That doesn't sound right. You think there'd be more, wouldn't you? No, because £1,000 a year. £20 a week is £1,000 a year. So £10 a week is £500 a year. So 500, 1,000, 500, 2,000. So yeah, 40 years would be 2,000. Not 2,000, 20,000. Yeah, so 1 year, 10 years would be 10,000. No, 10 years would be 5,000, because 1 year would be 500. 10 years would be 5,000. 20 years would be 10,000. 30 years would be 15,000. No, 5,000, 10, 15 and 20 for the 4th year, or the 40th year. If I'd saved £100, which the thing is, it's just ridiculous to say that because it's never been possible. I mean, there's been periods when I could have saved £100 a week, but those periods were very rare. In fact, actually, at no time really did I have £100 to save a week, even when I was working, even with my... No, I mean, the most I ever earned in a year was 25,000, and that's before tax, of course. So putting away £400 a month would not, that, after paying rent and food and living expenses and clothes and all that stuff, I wouldn't have had £400 a month to put in the bank. Unless I lived very frugally, then maybe I could have done. Which would have been pretty cool, because that's £5,000 a year. Imagine £5,000 a year for 40 years. So £5,000 a year for 10 years is 50. 20 years, 100. 30 years, 100 and 1, 2, 3, 50, and 40 years would be £200,000. So £100 a week for 40 years is 200 grand. But I never really, okay, when I first started working, My first wage was £60 a week, and then I went on to the YTS where it was £27 a week. That's the opposite of how it really should go. It should sort of go upwards, shouldn't it, as you progress. Mine went down. The only really kind of proper jobs I had, like actually what I would class as a proper job, was the first one. Okay, I worked in the co-op, so I guess that was a proper job. But I was earning, what, £65 a week. Very bad money. And so half my money was going on rent. And then I worked, probably the first, what I would class, okay, the second proper job. So I had a lot of jobs that didn't last very long, where I was sacked or I walked out. Or agency work, or temporary, part-time, you know. So the first job, full-time job, I'm not going to include the chip shop, because the fact that I wasn't getting paid proper money meant it wasn't a proper job. You know, unless you get paid a wage, a livable wage, then it's not a real job, is it? Unless you're doing it as voluntary and you love being there and stuff, and you're doing it for the fun or because you want to help people, then yeah, it's a proper job. But if that's not the case, then I don't think, just my personal opinion, is, or if you're training, that's a different thing. You know, if you're an apprentice, of course it's a proper job. If you're an apprentice to become a plumber or builder or a tiler or, you know, whatever, a tradesman, woman, then yeah, it's a proper job, even if you're only getting paid a small amount of money, because you're training. So yeah, I'm not putting people down, because that's what I was supposed to be doing. The YTS was a replacement or a substitute for apprenticeships. But they got away with it because there's no way in the world you would get an apprenticeship working in a chip shop. It's just not, it wouldn't happen, would it? It's basically companies taking advantage of the system because they got paid. They, apart from, not only did they, that £26, I think most of it came from the government. So I don't think that my boss has to pay me hardly a penny. Seriously, it's like he was getting paid to take me on, because they wanted to get people off of the unemployment. Because at that time, because this was 1986, the unemployment rate in the UK was huge. Building up, I think about 84, because I was still at school, so it didn't kind of affect me, I suppose. But I remember seeing it at like 82, 83, 84. You know, it was a lot of unemployment. So the government came up with that scheme of like, well, let's get people back to work, get companies and shops and little businesses, pay them to take someone on, and pretend that the person's going to get a meaningful qualification and meaningful training out of it. And some people did, to be honest. Like I know people. 2 people were chefs, one was a butcher, so they actually did come out of it with the training, go to college once a week or whatever, but work the rest of the time in the job. 2 became chefs, one, as I said, became a butcher. Oh yeah, I knew someone that was he worked, and he was an electrician, but he worked in a company and became an electrician as part of their thing. So there's I partly made that bit up, but I remember someone did do that, but I don't know if they was on the YTS or not. The youth training scheme. It was a Margaret Thatcher invention, I think, and it brought down the unemployment numbers by a lot, because it kind of, although it was optional, but it got to a point where it's hard to get a job without going on it, because why would they pay £60 a week to someone if they can pretty much pay them nothing as part of that scheme? It makes no sense, would it? So yeah, a lot of places had the YTS. A lot of companies and little businesses took advantage of it. And so yeah, I did that. So I don't class that as a proper job just because of that. Working in a chip shop is not, I'm not saying that's not a proper job, but I wasn't getting paid like a wage, so that's not. It definitely wasn't a charity. So although I did get free burgers, that was good. My boss was really good at frying. I think I was good, but he was better than me. He was really good. Like, he made the best burgers. We were all good though, because he taught me, but also the lady that was there when I first started, and I think she worked for him for about 100 years. She was really good as well. So she could do everything. She'd just been there for so long. There wasn't anything she couldn't do. I think handstands would have been difficult, but other than that, I fancied her a little bit. She was quite a bit older than me, which didn't bother me, because when I was young, when I was 16, I'd happily date someone 30. I would happily date someone who was 30. No one of 30 would happily have dated me. And obviously if you live in a country, what do you mean 16? In the UK, 16 is the age where pretty much you can do anything except you can't drive a car. 17 you can drive a car. You can get married. You can't have a mortgage, but you can pay tax, and you can have a baby, you can live together, you can pay rent, you can work full time, you can go to prison, all that stuff, you know, it's available for you, depending on your life choices. I think really the rule should just be basically, if you're old enough to pay tax, and then everything else is there. If you're old enough to pay tax, and if you're earning enough to pay tax, because I didn't earn enough when I was 16 to pay any tax. I don't think I started paying tax till I was 18. And even then it was like pennies, like a few quid a week. Is this Monday's boring objects? That's a question. Is it? Because I know I'm supposed to do that, but never mind. I'll just have it be what it is. We haven't got to put labels on it. The amount of times I've heard that in the past from ladies, that I was sort of saying, oh, you know, I used to go out with some women in the past and like, are we in a relationship? I just didn't know. It's so vague. And the amount of times I heard like, who are you? Why are you looking through my window? Now, the amount of times I heard them saying like, well, we got to put a label on it, do we? Just let it be what it is. I said, no. On this occasion, I'd like a label. So the amount of time I've seen funny sketches in shows and stuff. I saw one on Frasier well, not a sketch, but an episode where he met someone and he was dating her and he was having lunch with her or an evening meal with her, and he literally did not know whether or not she liked him. Didn't know if he was on a date with her or anything. And it was just, I found it so funny because I've been in that situation a few times, especially around the Buddhists. It happened to me. There was this lady, I really liked her, like as a person. She had the best voice. I'm quite into voices. Not the ones in my head, but, you know, I like a female voice. Just, she had, I don't know what it was, but she had, apart from the fact I liked the way she looked, I liked the way she sounded, I liked her personality. I knew her vaguely from the Buddhist Centre. We're going back a long time. And we met up in town and just went for a drink. Just like, oh, do you want to go for a drink? Yeah, I'll go for a drink. So that's how she sounded. I told you she had a nice voice. And I said to her, so what are you up to? She said, no, nothing much. Just thought I'd go into town. And it was so hard to concentrate because it was just so magnetic, so hypnotic, sensual, her voice, the tone. I said, do you want to have a drink? And she said, nah, I don't want to have a drink, thanks. I'm already full up, I'm bursting, I think I need to go and do a big poo in a minute. I was just like, it's like the woman of my dreams. Just the class, you know? Anyway, I really liked her. She was nice. And I kind of messed up a little bit, but everything went in the wrong order. I invited her to come to, I think it was Guy Fawkes' party. I think it was November. It might have just been a gathering at our community where I used to live. It might have just been a gathering and there was a bonfire. I just happened to be there. There was a little party, just a gathering. And I invited her. That same day, on the Saturday, so I invited her during the week. And it wasn't anything relationship-y at all. That same morning, on the Saturday morning before the party in the late evening, early evening, whenever, I met someone at the Buddhist Centre, someone that I never met before. And I just said, oh, do you want to come to we hit it off. I liked her. And I said, do you want to come to the party tonight? And she said, yeah. She jumped up and down, very excited. I said, that's nice, you're excited. She said, I'm excited, I can't sit still. I'm so excited. I said, I can tell that, but can you stop tapping my head? Like, it's not a drum. She giggled, let out a little bit of wee, just normal stuff. So there was definitely a bit of chemistry there. And, but I wasn't sure, but I was like, No, I thought nothing about the first person I'd invited, because I didn't think she even liked me. I liked her, but I didn't think she liked me, so I just okay, she's going to be a friend. I forgot all about her. So this new person came along to the party. I don't know if you can hear the doggy in the background. It's been a little bit quieter today. The sleeping dart I shot it with wore off after a while. No, they haven't arrived yet. Still waiting for them in the post. So I was going to get a blowtorch. Like a blowpipe, is it they call them? I don't know, should I dress up as a hedge? I don't know. It's hard to plan these things. So what's her name? The one I just met on the day, she turned up. And then the other one, I can't remember either of their names, she turned up. I was like, oh, hello. Because I didn't expect her to show. I was like, it's an open invite. We're having a thing this weekend. Come along if you want. See ya. And she said, okay, well, I might see you. We'll see. And I was like, okay. You know, I didn't know she was going to turn up or not. I just liked listening to her. I felt a little bit awkward because she was sitting there, the one that I invited. Well, okay, there's two I invited. So the one, she had a kind of weird voice. She was like, "Hi, Jason. So, thank you for inviting me." So that made my ears itch a little bit. You know, I was like, but then but she was nice. But that was the one that I met on the day. Then there's a one with a really nice voice, like, "Jason, where's the toilet? I left some skid marks in the sink." So it's kind of okay. This is taking a very weird turn. That's what she said, and I didn't realise it was so bendy, and I didn't expect that. So what's her name? The one I've met first, like in the morning, rather. She ended up being my girlfriend for a little while. I didn't know that the other one liked me. Clueless. And I didn't find out for ages. And the fact is, she never forgave me. So nothing ever happened between us. But we did go out. Very strange situation. So she's sitting around the fireplace, around the whatever you want to call it, bonfire, and I figured, well, she knows people, she'll be chatting to them, but she was sitting on her own, and I was trying to chat up my future girlfriend, who we did end up dating and stuff for a couple of months. Well, till January anyway. Early January 2006, sorry. I have to have some water. My voice is becoming too sexy. Vinny, he did something he doesn't normally do. So I'm laying on a settee. Well, I'm in a chair and I've got the recliner thing up. Normally he just lays on his stomach, looks to the TV, and maybe sleeps on his side. But this time, he actually slept on his back. He never does that. Not near me. He does it sometimes. He does it on the bed. He does it on the floor sometimes. But he literally was just like, oh, so nice. And then I kind of moved and he woke up. And I think I stroked his chest, and he kind of woke up like, what are you doing? What are you doing? But then he moved further up towards me and cuddled right into me. Like curled in, but proper cuddled into me. And it's only taken 4 years, but it felt quite nice. It's like, okay. I sometimes wonder if what he wants more than anything is affection, but he struggles to give it to me. He gives it to everybody else. He goes way over the top, loves everybody, hugs, kisses, everything, very excited. Doesn't do that with me. And I understand, he's not going to get excited because he's with me all the time, but I think what he really wants to do is get on my lap and snuggle up. But there's something stopping him. I don't know if it's the cactus that I have on my lap, or I don't know, the baseball bat I just hit him with every time he comes near me. I don't know what it is, but he did get on my lap a while back, I think a couple of weeks ago, and actually lay down on my lap, which is pretty much the first time he ever did that since he first moved in. Because when he first moved in, he was trying to find a place to sit. So I was in a chair, he'd like get onto the chair next to me. At one point he got onto the like the headrest behind me. I was laying down, trying to find a good place to rest. He got on my lap, then he got off, and then he, and he settled with being right next to me. Sometimes he goes further up, so he's more on the leg rest, and other times he's right close to me, but always facing the TV, usually. So I date this lady, the one that I met at the centre on the same day as the party, and we dated for to the beginning of January, and then we split up, and I met the other one, perchance, probably just at the centre, and we were just chatting, and we arranged to go out, so we went to have a meal at an Indian restaurant. And she told me how she felt about when she was invited over, and I pretty much ignored her. And it's like, well, I didn't really ignore you. I did say hello. But it was quite hard to do that and chat up your sister at the same time. No, it was very hard to, because I thought she would just do what all the other Buddhist people were doing, is just ignoring me, because that's whatever always used to happen. I had a birthday party once. I invited all these people that I knew. Some of the people I didn't know came along, and they all talked to each other. They said hello to me. Some of these people I would meet up for lunch, and I was quite good friends with them, completely ignored me on that night. They just too busy talking to each other, catching up. That's when I realised that I'm not a big fan of Buddhist birthday parties. Of course I'm generalising. But anyway, went to a restaurant, Indian restaurant. So we're getting on really well. And she pulls it out of the bag. She says, "Look at this." No, she said, "Look, I didn't appreciate being invited to a party where I was ignored." And I told her the whole birthday party thing. She said, "Well, that's bad, but you were at home. You could have just gone upstairs and watched television." I said, "On my birthday?" She said, "Well, yeah, you could have gone to bed. What was I supposed to do?" I said, "Well, you could have gone home." She said, "I did go home." Oh, sorry. I did go home. And she invited me out again. So she invited me out and to some live music. And she was dressed, if you want to see, what's the word? Dressed to impress. And I still did not know where I stood. Because I thought, I liked her, she liked me, she was inviting me out. I apologised for pouring custard over her head at the party. Oh, did I not mention that bit? So I apologise for the part you had, the misunderstanding. She said, is there any lemonade left? And I thought she said, can you please hide my shoes? See, misunderstandings happen all the time. So we're at this gig. It's like in a pub, and there's live music. It's like rock and roll or something. And she's dressed really nice. Like, I fancied her anyway. I really fancied her. She didn't really need to do anything to make herself attractive to me. But on this occasion, she clearly went all out and was like, wow. It's like a different person. That's the good thing about if you get someone that looks really different with and without makeup. It's like you're marrying sisters. It's brilliant. No, I don't know where that's what my dad said. So, or husbands, work both ways, I suppose. Even if it was acceptable, I still wouldn't wear makeup. Not like in the position I'm in now. Because the thing with makeup, you can tell. I know that there are reasons to wear makeup, and I'm very much accepting. I don't care what people do, but I could look so much better if I wore makeup. I don't mean like eyeliner and lipstick and blush, and I don't need blush, do I? My whole face is pink. And I quite like to go down the Japanese route of like whitening my face, like really white, because I'm not white. You can't say that. I'm generally not. I'm pink. My skin is too pale to be white. I can burn in a winter. In a winter's sun can burn me. Yeah, that happens a lot when people are skiing. But not when you're walking in the park in London. It's a bit different. Different. If you're high up, you're closer to the sun, aren't you? The sun's a lot lower when you're on a mountain. A mountain. So, and I still didn't know what was going on with her. Like, do you like me? Do you not like me? And at one point, we're having a rest from, I think she was trying to get me to dance, but we're having a rest from that. And another lady walks in, and she's got like a bodice on. Is it a bodice? But it was very revealing. And I looked, and she said, "Oh, you like that then, dear?" I said, I didn't know what to say. Like, that attracts you, does it? So I think, well, are you jealous? We're not in a relationship. Are you jealous? What's going on here? I don't understand. And she got annoyed with me. And it was almost like she was looking for a way to get me back for not being a good host, which admittedly I guess I wasn't, was I? But I don't know how to host. It's rules. I don't know what the rules are. The rules keep changing. So, yeah, anyway, I think she ended up saying that she was moving away. And she did. But there's been very few ladies I've met in my life that I could actually sort of see a future with, and she was one of them. Perhaps I should have told her that. But I really, really liked her. I liked spending time with her. And yeah. She was also being flirty with me. Like when we was listening to the music, she was dancing and she started talking about herself and body parts and just being saucy and flirty, and it was nice. But I still wasn't sure if she liked me, or if she was just like that because she'd had a couple of drinks. Maybe she was like that normally. Or maybe she was like that normally when she went out, even if she didn't drink. I didn't know. And then, yeah, she moved away to do, she joined a nunnery or something, I don't know. She went away anyway. Went away. And I really wanted to tell her that I liked her. Actually, probably not, that wouldn't have been the best words, would I? I want to let you know that I used to like you. No, I mean that I like you. There was another person I really liked. I've been thinking about her recently. It's someone that I knew when I was a counsellor. And we got on so well. I just liked being in the same room, in the same space. Whenever I was in the same room as her, we always seemed to not collide, because that'd be weird, wouldn't it? People would notice that, wouldn't they? Why do you keep banging into each other? But we always used to end up sort of sitting or standing next to each other and talking. It was very, very comfortable. And I would say that we were really close, actually. It felt close. But yeah, nothing happened there either. And then there was a time I married Angela Jolie. I nearly married her. Well, she didn't answer the phone, but, you know, I'm not 100% sure it was actually her phone number. But undoubtedly, if I'd have got through to the phone, it would have ended up in romance. Of course. So, I was talking about my website. ChatGPT has already built my new website. Believe it or not. Already built the new website. And it's going to be launched on the 18th of September, when the other one runs out. So in the meantime, if you want to download as many as you can, many recordings as you can, go for it, because that website is still going to be running as normal until the 18th of September 2026, which is probably about 3 weeks away, is it? Nope, that wasn't very good. What was I doing? Was it 1, 2, 3? 1, 2, 3 weeks and 1, 2, 3, 4 days. 3 weeks and 4 days. Guess what's in 2 days? It's my birthday. Wow. So yeah, it's actually ChatGPT has built my website, and it's taken stuff from the other website and put it onto this website. And oh man, seriously, I can't believe it's way better than my website is. It's already, and it did it in, I don't know how many hours it took, because I just let it do it, but it chose the design. It was still the same design as, what am I doing? Newest first. Nope, that's not what I wanted to happen. Podcast, is this latest? Right, okay. There's little tweaks I'm going to be making between now and the 18th, and I want to get this to be the bestest website I've ever had. And I'm connecting my podcasts to the website. Okay. And yeah, just basically do bit by bit as we go. It's not live yet, this one that I've got. It's all saved, and excuse me, I can look at it online. It's under a special domain stuff, so it's not connected to my website domain jasonnewland.com, but it will be on the 18th. But I just can't believe, I'm kind of surprised at how good it looks compared to what it looks like now on the actual website, the live one. It's yeah. So this will be live on the 18th. There's the journal. Yeah, I won't be adding anything to the journal until the 18th because, well, I can't log in. I can't use it to do any journals. Or can I? Dun, dun, dun. No, I don't think I can. So there won't be any new journals until the 18th. But that's okay. And in the meantime, I'm going to be doing some uploading, or reorganising and just tidying up the podcasts themselves. I mean, if I look, podcast apps. Oh, okay. So basically, I'm just going through each page. So please. Podcast apps, add links to page. Now what I have to put in the name of the page, copy and paste that. Podcast apps, and what it will do is just go into the old website or the current website and just copy that information and post it into the new website. So I wonder how long that will take. So it's working now. If there's anything that it says, I'll replace the links being reconnected box with working links for Spreaker, Apple, Podcasts, Spotify, and all the other ones. I'll recover the existing destinations from your Shopify pages where possible. So yeah, it's doing all that. If there's anything that you would like to have on my website that would be useful, that isn't on there at the moment, then please let me know, and I can try and add it. I mean, I don't know what the limitations are, to be honest, but I'm always up for doing something a bit different. At the moment, I did ask ChatGPT, as they are hosting my website, is it going to cost me more money than I'm paying them already to use the service? And they said no, not at the moment, but that might change in the future. So if they suddenly change and say, oh, we want £100 a month to host your website, it has said that they can just take the code from the entire website and just put it into another host. So I can sign up with another host and just transfer the entire website over with code or a template or whatever, with the whole thing into another podcast host, which may just cost like 30 or 40 quid a month. So it's all being saved, which is pretty good. Yeah, I'm quite pleased with this. I wasn't best impressed to start with, I'll be honest. But now it's come round and I'm okay with it. I'm kind of like, yeah, it's alright. It's worked out, or it's going to work out alright. I just, this might have been, I say, this wasn't an option until recently. The building websites on ChatGPT or any other AI is a relatively new thing. To have it host it for me. They've got an actual section called sites. So, yeah. The amount of things it can do now that it couldn't do even a month ago. Continuously upgrading, updating, adding new things. That's why, when I mention AI and I'm no expert on anything, but I'm not an expert on AI, but I do use it every day. And I've been using it pretty much since ChatGPT launched to the public. I started using it, was 4 years ago, I think. And I just played with it to start with. Playing with it, see if I make images, searching for things, using it for the podcasts, for Trivia Tuesday and for just basic kind of stuff. Not really using it for what it's built for. Because there's so much more you can do, or so much more that I can do that I don't even know about. But I've realised the best thing now is to think creatively. One or two things. Just ask what it can do. How can you help my website? What would make my website better? A better listening experience for visitors, or better visiting experience. Or with the journal, I can say, well, I want to add a journal. I want to be able to add an entry on the phone when the website's just up. And I also want to add a transcript of that recording. And I want to be able to edit that transcript automatically and just publish. And it's and then I also want to be able to have it so that it's recorded, my voice is recorded, so that can also be played if someone wants to listen to it, whether it's for 30 seconds or 5-10 minutes, that journal entry. So it's things like that. And then before, I'd have to get the code and I'd put it into Shopify and have to keep manoeuvring around trying to find the right place to change the code. Now I don't have to do any of that because ChatGPT will change the code itself, because it's the website is controlled by ChatGPT and me, but in the sense of, if I say, well, I'd like to change the colour of the background of every page. I don't have to look into the CSS or look into the, I say that like I know what it means, but I don't have to sort of change any code myself. ChatGPT does it. And if I don't like that colour, I'll say change it back to how it was, or if you change it to a different colour, or what do you recommend? Because what it can do is it's got access to view visually every website on the internet, like pretty much instantly, you know. And then so what's the best one for the design, for the kind of website that I'm doing, for the service I'm offering free, and like, yeah. I'm not trying to sell it. I'm not trying to say, come on everyone, join ChatGPT. But you know what? I like it. And it's saved me an awful lot of problems. It's got me out of a hole today. You could say it perhaps is part of the reason why I got myself into a hole to start with. Because I think that, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that by messing around or by changing the code in Shopify, which I don't think Shopify likes, so by changing the code and then by trying to automatically let ChatGPT log in to Shopify and make changes on its own, I'm just guessing, but I don't think it liked that. It was, I guess, kind of a security issue. So, yeah, maybe the problem was kind of caused by myself, but not meaning to. So the podcast apps are all up and running now. That whole web page is now changed and is working again. See, what's the next one? The contact page, what's on there? Email Jason, Facebook group. That's the trick, isn't it, really? That's all we need. Email Jason, open email. No, I want, I also want like a box that you can send a message in as well. A message in a box. Archive. I tell you what, this is really impressive, is you can search. So I've got 79 different collections, 79 different podcasts. A lot of them are like, you know, Let Me Bore You to Sleep, 951 to 1,000, things like that. Then there's like the main podcasts, which are listed under podcasts, which is it 11 I've got? No, 17. I've got 17. But under archive, click on archive, you can... That's weird. My phone just... That's a letter. What happened there? Outlook is checking for an updated version. Go away. With this search, you can search the recording archive. Searching by a recording title or open a podcast collection and browse up to 100 episodes at a time. Or, if I was going to say August 2020, search archive, and there are 100 recordings from August 2020. Blimey. And this is before I started doing the different... Yeah, wow. This is before I started doing the different lengths of recordings. 100 recordings. Maybe there's more, but it's only allowing 100 at a time. So if I put in 14th of August, bit specific, but hey, 14th of August 2020. I wonder if anything comes up. 14. Oh, that's interesting. It's not. 14th of August is coming up, but it's showing up different years. I wonder how I could look into that and get them to fix that anyway, so it's not an issue. Not really an issue anyway, but it could get, yeah. But if I put in August 2020, 14th, that's the only date I expect to come up. Not 2019 or the 25th of August. I put in the 19th of August 2020, so that's coming up at the top. But then I got 2025. Okay, so there's a few. So yeah, I can get that fixed. So it only brings up the exact search that's been asked for. But if I was to put in, what's a weird search, but something that if I put in migraine, for example, migraine, has that got any? See if I've got anything, if I've got any recordings for that. I don't know if I have or not. No recordings. I'm sure I had one for maybe one of the old ones. Okay. Just check I haven't misspelt it. So what about headache? Headache. I don't tell me there's nothing there. Oh yes, there is. 1, 2. There's 2 ones. 2 for headache. No, it's 3. No, really? 10 hours to... I don't know, I think 3. So let's say another one, nail biting. Okay, so you got 1, Stop Nail Biting with Hypnosis 2017. And you got Hypnosis for Nail Biting 2025. There's 2 of them, one with music and one with no music. You got Stop Nail Biting with Hypnosis 2011. And then there is this is request for Beck, Stop Extreme Nail Biting 2025. And that's 1 hour and 33 minutes. Hypnosis for Nail Biting, it was 13 minutes long. That's a short one, wasn't it? The one in 2011 was 1 hour and 1 minute. And then I've got the Jason's Bedtime Storytime, number 13, The Golden Snail. So I guess they've... I suppose it sounds... It's got the word nail in it, isn't it? Right, if I got... What else could I... I'm just trying to think of something random. If I put in leg... stress and pain relief 1, opening window and stretching legs. Then I got a recording, Let Me Bore You to Sleep, number 1416, thin legs. Then relax and sleep hypnosis daily, focus on your legs. Okay. So, yeah. It's probably not what requires for eyes. We've put in eyes. This is exciting. Eyes. There's got to be a few. So what I'll do is I'll have a little, like, where a button you can press, so you could put hypnosis recordings, let me bore you to sleep recordings, or all. So there'll be 3 different, and you can choose which one you want when you do the search. Because if you're looking for a hypnosis recording and you put in the word sleep, well, to be fair, if you put in the word sleep, hypnosis, you're going to get, it's quite hard to find because so many, to find an individual one. But so maybe I can make it a bit like, you know, when you have those drop downs and you can start adding, like with Amazon, it's like, well, I want something at a certain price, I want something that's got that, or like a holiday website, you know. So, well, I want a bathroom, I don't want to have to share a bathroom with someone. Why would, it's not a holiday, is it? But full catering, half catering, just breakfast included, no breakfast, balcony, no balcony, Wi-Fi, and you just click the ones you want, and then it goes through the search and brings up, you might end up with only like 4 hotels out of hundreds. So maybe I could do something like that. I've got nearly 4 weeks to put it all together and test it, because that's the thing, you can test it. So eyes, lots of things here, because this will be good as well, because you click on whichever one you want. So this one is keep your eyes open till I say so and relax. 19th of February 2021. So you can listen. There's a player on the page, or you could download for free. Just click the download button and it instantly downloads. Done. No form to fill in, no name to give, nothing. Just downloads completely straight away. Or more from this collection, and depending on where it comes from. So this was a relaxation for stress and stuff. So, and it opens up that whole podcast. And then at the end of it, it says, show the next 100 recordings. I'm falling in love with my own website. This is the kind of artist I've always wanted to be. I quite like the idea of having an artist paint the picture for me, but I tell the artist what to paint. And maybe that's not very artistic, but I kind of know what I want. And I used to build websites. So I knew basic code at the time. It was enough to build websites. Now it's well above, out of my knowledge base. But I still know what I want, and yeah, this is going to be a good website. And I'm wondering, because when I come to make an app, which is my plan, if I make the website exactly how I want the app to be, or have a whole section, have like a separate section where it's an app, like a whole design of an app, with all the things that I want to do and include in it and integrate into it, and then say, make me an app from this. And although it's going to cost money to put it together and to run it and everything, it will be much easier than for me just to say, well, I want an app, but I don't quite know how I want it designed or how I want it. I know what I want on it, but I can literally do it now based upon this, because the app will just be the same as a website, really. Unless I just did an app for the Let Me Bore You to Sleep podcast and not anything else. So just a Let Me Bore You to Sleep, and you can go back and find all the old stuff and the new stuff, because, I do intend to keep making new recordings. Oh yes. But on that note, I've been talking for nearly 2 hours. What's gone there? Podcasts. I thought they'd changed the podcasts. Featured collection. Podcasts. I asked for them to change that. And they haven't. I'm pretty sure. Oh, I know what they did. Podcasts. The problem is... Okay, right, yeah. Actually, no, it's fine. Because it's got Hypnosis for Sleeping Deeply and Let Me Bore You to Sleep. Featured collections. Side by side. The problem with that is... if I don't make any hypnosis recordings, they're both identical because I put them on both. I put the Let Me Bore You to Sleep on that one and the Let Me Bore You to Sleep podcast. But if I make a hypnosis recording, that doesn't go on to the Let Me Bore You to Sleep podcast. So from a first viewing, it looks almost the same. But it's not. If you go down, you'll see that it's, well, it is for now, but I haven't made a hypnosis recording for, a week or two now. Oh well, that's fine. It's all about fine-tuning. So, I'm going to go. Thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. And be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way. Maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice. Maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, press the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized really, it was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings now, for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing, I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel, you feel in your feet, how relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier, without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity. With a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful, completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down, slowed down. Because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body, dripping out of every part of your body. And being released brain and your mind. Slowly but surely, the muscles in your legs relax, 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 so very deeply. Relax so deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper and deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body, are also feeling peaceful, deeply as a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. Relaxing. So very slow. Your stomach. Peaceful in your stomach. Your back. Notice Notice how relaxed you now feel. In the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles. Your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body, tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting. Mind just wandering away. Happy to let go. Let go. Completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go. Even more
peaceful. Enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. Letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. Drifting. Drifting. Peaceful energy. Peace to breathe so much easier. Loose. You may have or may not have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. total peace. Calm, so calm, letting go. Peace of mind, relaxed body, so relaxed, so relaxed. Your body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful.
And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body, and your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast.
things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time, and all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth and your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw, feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. And as you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back. The top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back, as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser, the muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips. So down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks. And all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. And as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders, which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. Circumference spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. a sense of real peace. It just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels your fingers your fingers so loose. Your fingertips moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs, all those muscles in your thighs, your knees, so relaxed. muscles and your shins completely relaxed. And the feeling in your feet, so peaceful and so calm, so peaceful, so calm. So peaceful, so calm, so peaceful, so relaxing, peaceful, so calm. Allowing that deep relaxation to spread to your chest and your stomach. So relaxed. Letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine, in a way, it's like just walking down some steps. And each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Nineteen. 18. 17. 16. 15. 14. 14. 13. 12. 11. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. As you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes. your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. Eight. 4. 3. Two. One. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like You're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. the gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically, the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip. and goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors. Otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can have that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins, and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. And I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway. So maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff, it's inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible. Absolutely amazing things your ankles are. Truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. As, in fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. It's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So, no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply. And maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing muscle in your body effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go, completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1, and you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3. Two. One. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice that some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each number you hear going down 7